Hello, my dear adventurers, it's Fox. Welcome back to another evening of shared stories and adventures. Tonight, we're exploring the lore of the wizarding world. Now, growing up reading the series, I honestly didn't know there was so much extensive info beyond the books themselves. But the more I'd looked into it over the years, I learned so much from interviews, official wikis, and the companion pieces. I think if you're more of a casual fan or just really enjoyed the books and movies, there's a lot of interesting lore to learn. And I'll be covering all the topics I can fit in for tonight, but there's definitely more to come. So we'll start with some stuff like the Hogwarts founders, their histories, and how they started up the school. Then we'll move on to the hidden secrets of the houses and a bit of the origins for the classes and lessons, as well as some random things. Plenty to get talking about, but if you like what I do here and want a way to support the channel, consider checking out my Patreon linked in the description down below. But for now, grab your wand and luggage, get cozy on the Hogwarts Express, and let's begin. So way before the events of Harry Potter, and even before the institution of the Ministry of Magic existed, the British wizarding world was fractured and pretty unregulated. Magical education was inconsistent. You had young witches and wizards taught in secret by family members or local magical practitioners. There were no formal institutions or standardized spell books, and maybe most importantly, no protection from the persecution of muggles. In this dangerous, decentralized era, 4 of the most brilliant and powerful magical figures of the time decided to change that. They were Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Of course, these names became synonymous with the school they created, that being Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There is no exact founding year listed in canon, but based on J.K. Rowling's statements and in-universe texts, Hogwarts was probably founded around the 10th century, specifically the early to mid-900s AD. This puts it during the early medieval period, when the magical and non-magical worlds weren't separated quite so distinctly and were increasingly in conflict. Muggle society in Britain was becoming more structured, and suspicion of witches and wizards was on the rise. Many magical children were untrained, endangered, or hiding their powers. The founders basically wanted to offer a safe, hidden place where magical children could learn to control their abilities, while also preserving magical culture and knowledge. But talking a bit about the actual founders themselves, let's cover some of the basics to introduce them properly. Godric Gryffindor hailed from the village of Godric's Hollow, which was named after him. He was known for his bravery, dueling prowess, and progressive attitude toward blood status. He was a strong supporter of accepting Muggle-born students into the school. Helga Hufflepuff came from a broad valley, possibly in Wales. She was praised for her inclusive, fair-minded approach. Unlike the others, she had no strong preference for personality traits, only that students were willing to learn. She also had a gift for food-related magic, and actually many recipes still used at Hogwarts feasts originated with her. Rowena Ravenclaw was described as the most brilliant witch of her time. She came from a glen in Scotland, and she prized wisdom, wit, and creativity. She's also credited with coming up with the name Hogwarts, inspired by a dream involving a warty hog, leading her to a cliffside lake. Before looking into all this, I honestly hadn't realized the school's name was so literal. I suppose it's kind of gross, but cool. And Salazar Slytherin from the Fen, likely the Fenlands in eastern England, was a skilled legilimens and parselmouth, which means he could read minds and speak to snakes. He valued ambition, cunning, and resourcefulness. And of course, he believed that only pure-blood wizards, those with magical ancestry on both sides, should be taught magic. These four built Hogwarts Castle together in a remote and magically protected location in the Scottish Highlands. They combined their magical abilities to give it a bunch of defenses and unique features that are so iconic now, like its concealment from Muggle eyes, shifting staircases, and enchanted corridors. But obviously, they were all such different people, and had their differences on who they wanted to teach, who was deserving, etc. So to accommodate their specific educational philosophies, each founder established their own house within the school. They would each personally select students they deemed worthy, based on the qualities they most valued. Gryffindor chose the brave and daring. Hufflepuff chose the loyal and hard-working. Ravenclaw chose the intelligent and creative. And Slytherin chose the ambitious and pure-blooded. This structure became the main defining characteristic of Hogwarts. 4 houses, each with their own common rooms, dormitories, and heads of house. In the earliest years of Hogwarts, this wasn't yet a problem. It was pretty chill, and they laid the foundations of magical education in Britain. Rowena Ravenclaw is the one who ended up designing much of the academic framework of the school. According to tradition, it was she who came up with the idea of dividing students based on their personalities and aptitudes. Her architectural influence also shows in the castle's design, especially in Ravenclaw Tower, where the entrance makes students answer riddles instead of providing a password, to emphasize how much she valued intellect and reasoning. Helga Hufflepuff took in the students who didn't fit the specific preferences of the others. As long as they could do magic and wanted to be there, they were good in her book. And like I'd mentioned, she was really good at food charms. So she ended up creating the enchanted kitchens themselves. So according to Pottermore, and later confirmations from J.K. Rowling, she was also responsible for establishing the tradition of house elves working in the kitchens, ensuring they would always be treated kindly and protected from mistreatment. Godric Gryffindor really focused on courage and daring in his teaching. He believed in standing up for what was right, even when it was difficult. And at a time when magical society was still deeply suspicious of Muggle influence, Gryffindor argued that magical ability could surface in anyone, regardless of ancestry. His progressive stance put him on a direct collision course with one of his oldest friends, which we'll talk about next. Salazar Slytherin, despite being one of the most powerful and fiercely clever magical theorists of the age, held really rigid views about blood status. He believed that Hogwarts should only admit students from purely magical families. This difference of opinion snowballed into a massive argument. Slytherin argued that allowing Muggle-borns into Hogwarts put the entire magical community at risk of discovery and persecution. Gryffindor countered that magical ability was not determined by blood, and that inclusion was not only just but necessary for the future of wizardkind. The other two founders, Helga and Rowena, tried to mediate, but the divide between Gryffindor and Slytherin just could not be reconciled. At some point, after years of tension, Slytherin decided to leave the school. J.K. Rowling never specified how dramatic his departure was, but legend holds that he left after a final confrontation with Gryffindor. Before he left, though, Salazar Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber deep in the castle. Known as the Chamber of Secrets, it was home to a basilisk, a magical creature capable of killing with a single glance, and could only be opened by his true heir. It was his final stance, that one day someone who shared his ideals would return to purge the school of Muggle-born students. This, as most of us know by now, planted the seed of one of the school's darkest legends, and would eventually come back to haunt the school and students. But at the time of his departure, it was just a painful end to a friendship and an era. After Slytherin's exit, the remaining three founders continued their work. But the rift had changed Hogwarts permanently. From that point on, students were sorted by the magical hat that the four founders had enchanted, now known as the Sorting Hat. Fun fact that a lot of people missed from the books is that the Sorting Hat was originally Godric Gryffindor's own hat, but it had been imbued with the thoughts and preferences of all four founders, allowing it to carry on their vision long after their deaths. But even the Sorting Hat, in later years, would express a bit of unease about the division of houses. It was intelligent after all, so maybe it was sensing that the founders' disagreements had never truly been resolved. Now, even though Salazar Slytherin departed the school, Hogwarts endured, and with some time, the founders' personal influence gave way to institutional tradition. Each founder left behind physical relics, these powerful magical objects that would later play super important roles in wizarding history. Godric Gryffindor's relic was a goblin-made sword, fittingly named as the Sword of Gryffindor. It was forged from pure silver and set with rubies, which happened to be the traditional gemstone of Gryffindor House, and it was created by the goblin Ragnarok I. According to the tales of Beedle the Bard, the sword was enchanted to absorb that which makes it stronger. Godric wouldn't have known this back then, I don't think, but this quality would allow it to destroy Horcruxes centuries later. The sword stayed hidden in the Sorting Hat, itself a relic of Gryffindor, as we established, and could present itself to any worthy Gryffindor in need. Helga Hufflepuff's object was a small golden cup, engraved with a badger and lined with magical enchantments. The Hufflepuff cup remained in her family line until it eventually came into the possession of Hepzibah Smith, a very rich lady who loved to collect magical artifacts, and who herself claimed to be a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff. The cup was stolen by Tom Riddle and turned into one of Voldemort's Horcruxes after he'd killed that lady and made it seem like her house elf had done it. The cup itself symbolized nourishment and loyalty and was said to possess some unique abilities, which I'm not sure what exactly those would have been, since they're not described in canon. Rowena Ravenclaw left behind her most famous possession, the Ravenclaw diadem, a silver circlet inscribed with the words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." The diadem was supposed to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. After her daughter, Helena, stole the diadem and ran away, Rowena got really sick. Whether from grief or illness is never stated, and she, sadly, never recovered. She reportedly died still estranged from her daughter. Helena had a disturbing fate not too long after. You see, she was murdered by the bloody Baron who had loved her, and they both later returned to Hogwarts as ghosts. Helena as the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw Tower. The diadem was hidden in Albania for centuries, until Tom Riddle charmed the answer out of Helena during his time as a student in Hogwarts. He then found and corrupted it into another Horcrux. Salazar Slytherin's relic, the Slytherin locket, was passed down through his family line and eventually ended up with the Gaunt family, his last known direct descendants, who still really fiercely guarded their heritage, despite falling into total poverty and madness. Merope Gaunt, daughter of Marvolo Gaunt, inherited the locket after her father was imprisoned. She had been abused and neglected, and so Merope sold the locket for a meagre sum in London after fleeing her family. Years later, her son Tom Riddle tracked down the locket in adulthood, and you guessed it, turned it into another Horcrux. But let's talk about the school itself now. I'd mentioned briefly how before the founders established Hogwarts, kids learning magic was really just a community-driven thing, if it was properly taught at all. But with Hogwarts in the picture, it brought something new. A structured central curriculum, taught by masters in their field and refined over centuries. By the time of the 20th century, Hogwarts had established a core curriculum, required for all students from 1st through 5th year, and a selection of electives available from 3rd year onward. These classes were without a doubt influenced by the values of the founders, but also the many talented magic practitioners that came afterwards. There's 7 core subjects, and those are transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology, astronomy, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts. Let's start with transfiguration. It's one of the oldest, most complex, and scientifically structured branches of magic in the wizarding world. It involves altering the physical properties of an object or creature. So things like changing its shape, composition, or even its species, while still, adhering to strict magical laws. Unlike charms, which add or enhance properties without changing the object's core identity, transfiguration deals with a total transformation of form and essence. Because of this, it's famously difficult, dangerous when mishandled, and it's one of the subjects where theory and precision matter just as much as the actual wand work. At Hogwarts, transfiguration is taught from 1st year through to Newt level, and it's considered a foundational discipline, closely tied to magical theory, magical law, and ethical questions about the boundaries of magic. It includes sub-disciplines such as human transfiguration, switching spells, which are used to swap properties or body parts between objects, and vanishment, a particularly tricky art that removes an object entirely from existence, though where exactly it goes is something of a magical mystery. The most iconic transfiguration professor, at least in modern Hogwarts history, is Minerva McGonagall, who's not only a brilliant witch, but also a registered animagus, so she can turn into an animal, specifically a cat in her case. What loads of people forget, though, is that she herself was taught by Albus Dumbledore, who was once the Transfiguration professor during Armando Dippett's headmastership. Before ascending to headmaster, Dumbledore's lectures were legendary for their eccentric flair, very much like himself. But lesser known is that Dumbledore helped rewrite large portions of the Transfiguration curriculum after his work with the famous alchemist Nicholas Flamel. He tried to root out some outdated practices that bordered on ethically murky territory, like early animagus experimentation and unauthorized object sentience spells. Transfiguration is governed by several elemental principles, including Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. One of the most well-known exceptions to Gamp's law is that food cannot be created out of nothing, though it can be multiplied or moved via magic. This is one of many reasons why transfiguration is tied so tightly to magical ethics, since misuse can result in permanent damage to living beings, or the creation of unstable magical constructs. For this reason, performing transfiguration on humans, especially without their consent, is considered borderline dark magic and is heavily regulated by the Ministry. Although transfiguration and conjuration are closely related, they're not the same, not exactly. Transfiguration alters what's already present, but conjuration summons something new into existence. Conjuration usually gets studied in tandem with advanced transfiguration classes, and many magical careers, like healing, alchemy, and curse breaking, require a strong understanding of both. Fun fact: Merlin himself was a reputed master of transfiguration, and it's widely believed that the wizard Morgana Le Fay once turned an entire court of noblemen into stags for insulting her magical heritage, a feat only possible with a crazy level of transfiguration skill. Charms is the most widely applied and universally practiced branch of magic in the wizarding world. It's concerned with bestowing an object, creature, or person with new behaviors, effects, or enhancements, but without altering its fundamental identity. It's also the first type of true magic that Hogwarts students are taught in their formal education. First years quickly learn foundational spells like Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm, Alohomora, the unlocking charm, and Lumos, the wand lighting charm. Spells like this are staples in any witch or wizard's magical toolkit pretty much for life. Unlike more complex branches like arithmancy or ancient runes, charms is essential for both simple, domestic life and professional magical careers, because it's used in everything from cooking and cleaning to dueling and spell crafting. During the Harry Potter timeline, the required textbook was the Standard Book of Spells by Miranda Goshawk, who's one of the most influential magical theorists in recent history. Miranda not only compiled and categorized centuries' worth of incantations into accessible formats for grades 1 through 7, but she also codified wand movement diagrams, modernized spoken spellcasting, and created safety guidelines, to name a few things. Her work helped democratize magical education, because prior to her influence, charm casting was often inconsistent between regions and bloodlines. She's also credited with refining the non-verbal spell standard, used in advanced dueling and ministry-level magical work. Charms, maybe more than any other subject, touches every corner of the magical world. Enchanted objects, protective barriers, communication devices like the Protean charm, which, if you remember, was used by Hermione for Dumbledore's army, and even unforgivable curses, which, believe it or not, technically fall under the charm classification, are all under its umbrella. Spells like the famous Accio summoning charm, while deceptively simple in appearance, requires a deep understanding of magical intention and targeting. And now, my personal favorite subject, potions. Potions is a very ancient and respected magical discipline. It's equal parts alchemy, herbology, chemistry, and arcane intuition. Instead of relying too much on the one-work side of things, it demands exact measurements and careful timing. You'd also, of course, need a deep knowledge of magical ingredients and how they interact. At Hogwarts, potions is mandatory and studied from first year through fifth, with only the most capable students accepted into Newt level instruction. Most people skip out on going that far into it. Apparently, it is like really hard. It's taught deep in the dungeons, since the stone-lined chambers give this sort of ideal climate for brewing, and they help disperse noxious vapors. Snape, a former student of Horace Slughorn, was a potions prodigy in his youth, and eventually became the school's potions master during Harry's time. To this day, one of my favorite lines from the books is the first potions class, when he says, "I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." Potions has a rich historical legacy, tied to folklore, healing, and warfare. Some of the earliest magical records in Britain are potion recipes scratched into stone or encoded in druidic runes. The art form predates Hogwarts itself, and has been essential in magical culture for mundane and extraordinary purposes alike. Some famous examples are Polyjuice Potion for transformation, Felix Felicis, aka Liquid Luck, for uncanny fortune, Amortentia for obsession-inducing attraction, and the Draught of Living Death for a sleep so deep it mimics death itself. Despite the fact that it's pretty scientific in method, potions are often treated with a reverence closer to mysticism. I think it's partly due to the unpredictability of magical ingredients, like mandrake root, which has got to be harvested with caution, or unicorn horn, which is both rare and ethically fraught. The wrong stir at the wrong phase of the moon can ruin a brew entirely. Some recipes require brewing over lunar cycles. Others need to be stirred with wands made of specific cores, or the addition of ingredients gathered at precise times, like boomslang skin harvested during molting season. There's just so many ways things can go wrong. I mean, think about it. Most of the time, if you mess up a spell, you can probably just give it another go right after, and again till you get it right. But if you mess up a potion, you might have to wait till the next month, or go and reharvest a crazy rare herb. The primary textbook used at Hogwarts is Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, and advanced students use Advanced Potion Making by Lebatius Borage. These books contain dozens of standard recipes, but experienced brewers usually adapt techniques, swap ingredients, or create entirely new concoctions, which can either lead to amazing results or total failure, disaster even. The original Wolfsbane potion was developed in the 1970s, but it was Damocles Belby, a contemporary of Slughorn, who stabilized the formula so it could safely suppress werewolf transformations. The Love Potion, sold by Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, is technically a variant of the long-banned Rosalind Draught, which was outlawed after being used in a scandal involving 3 members of the Wizengamot and a box of charmed chocolates. Also, Hogwarts has a secret potions storeroom under the main dungeons, accessible only via password, that stores rare and highly restricted ingredients like powdered bicorn horn and basilisk venom, which can only be acquired under extreme ministry regulation. Ultimately, potions is where the magical meets the material. The subject teaches control and creativity. In the words of Slughorn himself, with the right mixture, the right hands, the right intention, there's no limit to what a potion can do, except perhaps turn back time. Though Merlin knows, people have tried. Herbology is the magical discipline devoted to the study, cultivation, and practical use of enchanted and mundane plants, fungi, and botanical life forms. It combines aspects of biology, potion craft, magical defense, and creature care, making it one of the most interdisciplinary subjects at Hogwarts. You know, it's easy to maybe dismiss it as just gardening, but herbology really is quite indispensable. From the dittany used to heal life-threatening wounds, to devil's snare that can ensnare and strangle, magical flora lies at the root of everyday wizarding life. No pun intended. Okay, maybe it was intended. Herbology is considered a core subject and is particularly critical for students pursuing careers in healing. For example, if you wanted to apply to St. Mungo's Hospital, you'd need solid grades in Newt-level herbology. Classes take place in the greenhouses on the Hogwarts grounds, each classified by level. Greenhouse 1 for beginners, up through Greenhouse 5 for advanced and highly dangerous specimens. The curriculum ranges from the basics of flitterbloom and shrivelfig care to handling venomous tentacula, cultivating soapophorus beans, and managing aggressive mandrakes during adolescence. During Harry Potter's time at school, herbology was taught by Professor Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House. She played a major role in defending Hogwarts during the Battle of Hogwarts. She used her knowledge of aggressive flora to unleash mandrakes and venomous tentacula against Death Eaters. Herbology is deeply entwined with potions, which we just talked about, as well as defense against the dark arts, since plants like gurdy roots or sneezewort are used for warding spells and counter curses. Even magical law enforcement utilizes herbological knowledge when investigating illegal potion brews or unlicensed cultivation of restricted plants such as gillyweed or Mimbolus mimbletonia. The subject doesn't have that immediate drama of a transfiguration mess-up or a charms duel, but its demands are just as rigorous. Many magical plants have strong personalities or biological defenses, like Bubatuba's secret corrosive pus, while pufferpods explode into flowers upon contact. Others are sensitive to emotion or intention. Honking daffodils have been known to wilt in the presence of skeptics. Students are taught proper handling techniques, protective gear use, magical fertilization methods, and even how lunar cycles and seasonal rituals affect growth. A cool thing I found out is that Hogwarts greenhouses are enchanted to simulate different biomes. Greenhouse 3, for example, features magically regulated humidity for tropical and swamp species. Professor Sprout once grew a hybrid plant called a Snargaluff creeper for her own research. It required 3 pairs of dragonhide gloves to prune safely. Notably, herbology is the only magical subject whose principles are mirrored in the non-magical world. Muggle herbalism, although lacking magical properties, shares many of the same classifications and uses, and cross-disciplinary researchers tried to find ways to adapt magical flora to non-magical applications, with mixed results. In the end, herbology is so much more important than you'd think. But I'm not gonna lie, it's still probably my least favorite subject. Astronomy is the only course subject at Hogwarts that is entirely non-magical in its method, but deeply magical in its implications. It's all about the observation and tracking of celestial bodies. The subject provides critical knowledge of how planetary positions influence magical phenomena, potion efficacy, spell timing, and even the outcome of certain rituals. It's a solid base for anyone trying to get into more advanced fields like arithmancy, divination, and magical navigation. Classes are held late at night atop the astronomy tower, the tallest point at Hogwarts, where students look through brass telescopes and chart the night sky using enchanted star maps. From what I remember in the books, students learn to recognize key constellations, identify planets by eye, and track celestial events like eclipses, meteor showers, and planetary alignments. Typical space stuff. Interestingly, the magical world depends heavily on celestial timing. Certain spells are more powerful under a full moon or during solstices. Magical creatures like werewolves and mooncalves are affected by lunar cycles. Even some potions require brewing only when Mars is in ascension or Saturn is in retrograde or something. Another fun fact, the astronomy curriculum is influenced by ancient magical traditions dating back to the Babylonian wizards, who believed that star charts could reveal magical inheritance patterns and detect latent magical abilities in newborns. Some magical families still consult astronomers when naming a child or scheduling weddings and duels. There's a theory, so not confirmed, but super plausible, that the Department of Mysteries Hall of Prophecy is loosely organized by astral conjunction, hinting at how deeply magic and astronomy intertwine. History of magic is a very theoretically rich and academically demanding subject, chronicling the full scope of wizarding civilization, its wars, cultures, governance, inventions, and the gradual divide between magical and non-magical societies. It's basically a class about law. Kind of like what we're doing right now, I guess. Unfortunately, it's also known as the sleepiest class in the castle, owing to its uniquely uninspired delivery by its long-deceased instructor, Professor Cuthbert Binns. Binns is a ghost who reportedly died in the staff room and then simply got up to teach the next class. But the subject matter he teaches is anything but dull. From the goblin rebellions and werewolf riots to the formation of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1692, the course spans magical lore, dark wizard uprisings, magical inventions, and the founding of institutions like the Wizengamot and Gringotts. The class is entirely theoretical though, so no spells, no practicals, just parchment, quills, and a mountain of dates. But those who master it gain one of the most complete pictures of the wizarding world's evolution. In modern magical society, history of magic is foundational for careers in magical law, diplomacy, journalism, and even magical archaeology. Many students ignore it until they realize it holds the key to understanding the wizarding world's political and social structures. How blood status debates began, why goblin relations remain strained, and how the magical community chose secrecy over integration. Defense against the dark arts is, I want to say, the most essential and rigorously applied subject taught at Hogwarts. Its purpose is quite clear. It's supposed to prepare students to protect themselves against the varied and unpredictable threats posed by dark creatures, hexes, jinxes, curses, and other forms of hostile magic. Part theory and part practical, Defense against the dark arts needs both an understanding of magical lore and practical, real-world readiness. Even in a classroom setting, students are expected to master both offensive and defensive techniques, ranging from simple shielding spells to complex counter-curses, and to respond quickly and intelligently in high-stress scenarios. I'd say it's trickier than potions, honestly. You need quick reflexes, and to remember the right counterspell for whatever's coming your way, and all that is stuff you've got to remember in a split second. Despite its importance, the subject has been utterly plagued by instability. For decades, Hogwarts has struggled to retain a steady professor for the position, with each one lasting no more than a single school year. According to Albus Dumbledore in Book 6, this pattern started after Voldemort, or Tom Riddle back then, was refused the post. Following that rejection, the job appeared to be cursed. And for one reason or another, teachers just couldn't hold the position past their first year. Whether this is due to an actual magical curse or just some streak of bad luck, regardless, the pattern held true for every defense professor throughout Harry Potter's time at Hogwarts. This instability led to very inconsistent instruction. Some professors, like Remus Lupin, offered one of the most effective and well-rounded years of the subject that we know about, actually taking the time to teach students to identify and defend against boggarts, redcaps, grindylows, and even dementors. Then you've got the ones like Gilderoy Lockhart, who were just absolutely comically unqualified. Quirrell was compromised by Voldemort and secretly posed one of the greatest threats Hogwarts had ever seen. And during the rise of Ministry interference in Harry's 5th year, Dolores Umbridge was appointed and refused to teach any practical magic at all. So students were really unprepared for real-world dangers unfolding around them. This was one of the key factors that led to the formation of Dumbledore's army in secret. In their 7th year studies, students are expected to perform complex shield charms, resist magical compulsion, and understand the theory behind the unforgivable curses. And speaking of those, in Harry's 4th year, under the instruction of the disguised Barty Crouch Jr., the class was even shown live demonstrations of the Cruciatus, Imperius, and Killing curses, which is something they definitely shouldn't have been learning about, let alone seeing at that age. Something I really like is that throughout the series, the defense against the dark arts classroom becomes this kind of reflection of the larger magical world's turbulence and whatever's going on at the time. Not related to the lore, but I just think that's a cool storytelling technique. The quality of education in the subject rises and falls with the political and magical climate. But no matter the era, it remains one of the most critical disciplines at the school. And students who've got their eye on an aura position, or any kind of work in magical law enforcement, naturally need to have an outstanding performance in the subject. There's also a bunch of electives that students can choose to take. I'm not going to go too in-depth into these, because honestly, they're a bit boring. I mean, arithmancy is basically just magical maths. It's really hard and demanding, so it makes sense that it's Hermione's favorite subject. The study of ancient runes is another one, and it's about translating and reading old runes from magical texts and inscriptions. It's also just theory. Muggle studies is exactly what it sounds like. Learning about non-magical people's customs, societal structures, inventions, that sort of thing. The ones I think are cool are divination and care of magical creatures. Divination is, I'd say, divisive at best. It's not really taken seriously by most of the characters, or even readers, probably. It focuses on predicting the future through various mystical means, including tea leaves, scrying with crystal balls, dream interpretation, astrology, and palmistry. The classroom is purposefully made to be really mystical. It's super warm, almost suffocating, heavily perfumed and dimly lit to give off that aura of hazy dreaminess. In the books, the class is taught in the North Tower by Professor Sybil Trelawney, a descendant of the famed seer Cassandra Trelawney. The professor is overly dramatic and comes off as a bit of a fraud, but in reality, she is one of the few characters in the series to deliver true prophecy, specifically the one concerning Voldemort and Harry. Professor McGonagall openly criticizes the subject and sees it as a bunch of hocus pocus, and Dumbledore is implied to have kept Trelawney around, not for the strength of her teaching, but because of the importance of her prophecy and the threat posed by Voldemort's supporters if she were dismissed. When Umbridge takes over Hogwarts, the subject is taken over briefly by Firenze, a centaur who offers a more philosophical, cosmological approach rooted in centaur lore and astrology. I thought that was cool, showing how different the approach to the subject can be, depending on who's delivering the material. Even the students take it more seriously with him, most even properly enjoying it. Care of magical creatures focuses on the handling, understanding, and ethical treatment of magical beasts. Hagrid's first lesson involves a hippogriff, a very proud and majestic creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse. Draco essentially insults it and gets slightly injured in the process, but he really milks it and gets a formal complaint instated against Hagrid for being a reckless teacher. The course itself covers a wide range of magical creatures. Some of those are blast-ended scroots, bowtruckles, nifflers, thestrals, and unicorns. We'll talk about these and more creatures in detail in another video I'm planning to do. Despite its dangers, it is one of the most popular electives due to students' curiosity about magical creatures and the hands-on nature of the lessons. Lots of injuries, but lots of excitement to offset that. But now, let's talk a little about some of the secrets of the castle itself. For all its prestige and traditions, Hogwarts is not a straightforward school. It's packed with shortcuts, secret rooms, and password-restricted places. As Dumbledore himself once said, "Even now, after all these years, I discover something new about the castle every week." The Room of Requirement is a place that literally doesn't exist unless someone needs it. You won't find it on the Marauder's map, and it doesn't have a fixed door or even a fixed form. It shows up on the 7th floor, right across from that bizarre tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach ballet to trolls. But to get in, you have to walk past the wall 3 times while thinking very hard about what you need. If the magic agrees with you, the door shows up. The earliest confirmed person to use the room in the books is Dumbledore, who once stumbled across it when he needed the loo and found a room full of chamber pots. It's a funny little moment in Half-Blood Prince, but it's also a perfect example of how the room works. It gives you what you genuinely need. Now, during Order of the Phoenix, the room becomes a major player. This is where Dumbledore's army meets in secret to practice defense against the dark arts. Since Umbridge isn't exactly helpful in that department, the room supplies everything. cushions for dueling practice, books on defensive spells, even a sneaker scope to warn them if someone's sneaking up. It's like the room wants you to succeed, as long as you're sincere about needing it. Something to keep in mind from our discussion about transfiguration earlier is that the room isn't all-powerful. It can't create food because of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, which, as a reminder, says food is one of the few things you can't conjure out of nowhere. You can't use the room for everything, and you definitely can't always get in. If someone else is already using it for a different purpose, you're out of luck till they're done with it. That actually happens in Half-Blood Prince. Draco Malfoy uses the room to fix the vanishing cabinet that links to Borgin and Burks, letting Death Eaters into the castle. When Harry tries to get in, the room just doesn't show up, because it's already doing what Draco needs, and it won't split purposes. Then in Deathly Hallows, with Snape as headmaster and the Carrows running wild, students like Neville Longbottom use it as a secret hideout. The room becomes a full-blown safe house, and even has a secret exit through a portrait that leads to the Hogshead. Later, it turns into the Room of Hidden Things, where students have stashed stuff for centuries. That's where Harry, Ron, and Hermione find Ravenclaw's lost diadem, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes I mentioned earlier, just sitting on top of a pile of junk. So yeah, it's a pretty important place. And in case you're wondering, the room isn't alive or conscious, but it's definitely got rules. Even the house elves know about it. Dobby is the one who tips Harry off about it, calling it the come-and-go room. But he admits that not even the elves can make it appear unless it wants to. Dobby actually used the room to help Winky, a disgraced house elf, when she was struggling with butterbeer addiction. In early drafts of Book 4, Rowling had planned for Dumbledore to mention the Room of Requirement. It was going to be used when Harry needed a private place to practice spells for the Triwizard Tournament. The idea was cut for pacing, apparently, but it shows she had the room in mind before it appeared in Order of the Phoenix. In some canon-adjacent entries, Argus Filch might have stumbled into the Room of Requirement when looking for cleaning supplies. Given that the room can become whatever someone needs, there's a chance Filch has been using it for years without realizing it's magic. Rowling joked about it in an interview, but it never made its way into the books. If you're trying to sneak around Hogwarts without getting caught, there's one magical item that's basically the cheat code: the Marauder's Map. It's an enchanted parchment that shows every inch of Hogwarts Castle, including the secret passages, every classroom and corridor. And most importantly, it tracks every person in the building in real time, identified by name. That includes staff, ghosts, students, even people under invisibility cloaks or disguised as someone else. Not even Dumbledore's office is off limits. The map was created by 4 troublemakers during their time at Hogwarts: James Potter, who's Harry's dad, of course, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Together, they became known as the Marauders. While the map's exact enchantments are never fully explained in the books, it's clear they used some kind of combination of magical cartography, human tracking spells, and complex concealment charms, including the cheeky ability to insult the user if they tried to access it the wrong way. To reveal the map, you tap it with your wand and say, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." To hide it again, you just say, "Mischief managed," and the map instantly goes blank. One of the coolest features of the Marauder's map is that it reveals 7 secret passages in and out of the castle. Not all of them are described by name in the books, but we do get details on a few. The first and most important is the tunnel under the Whomping Willow Tree, which leads to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. This was originally used by Lupin during his time at Hogwarts to safely transform into a werewolf in secret. The second is a hidden staircase behind a one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor. This passageway leads to the Cellar of Honeydukes, the famous sweet shop in Hogsmeade. Harry uses this one to sneak out multiple times in Prisoner of Azkaban, after Fred and George give him the map, since he couldn't get his aunt and uncle to sign the Hogsmeade form. Another is said to be behind a mirror on the 4th floor, although this one may have caved in or become inaccessible by the time of Harry's 3rd year. Fred and George Weasley stole the map from Filch's filing cabinet during their 1st year at Hogwarts. Filch had confiscated it, probably without ever realizing what it really was. The twins used it to sneak into Honeydukes regularly and later passed it down to Harry since they'd pretty much memorized it by then. The Vanishing Cabinets are an interesting pair to talk about, because they're part of one of the most dangerous breaches of Hogwarts security in the entire Wizarding War. Vanishing Cabinets are magical paired objects designed to let a witch or wizard instantly travel between 2 locations. Think of them like a magical backdoor. Step into one and you vanish from that location, only to reappear in its twin. They're not explained in super heavy detail in the books, but what we do know is this. The connection between 2 vanishing cabinets allows for real-time transport, including for multiple people and items, and even some communication while inside. One cabinet is located at Borgin and Burke's, the shady magical antiques shop in Nocturne Alley. Its twin is hidden inside Hogwarts in a disused classroom near the Slytherin common room. It's even more out of commission than it looks. The Hogwarts cabinet was damaged prior to Chamber of Secrets. We find out later that Peeves the poltergeist smashed it, right after being told to by nearly headless Nick, as part of a plan to get Harry out of trouble. The broken cabinet sat unused for years, and no one, not even the staff, seemed to pay much attention to it. Fast forward to Half-Blood Prince and Draco Malfoy, under orders from Voldemort, rediscovers it and realizes he can use it to bring Death Eaters into the castle. He moves it to the Room of Requirements, and he knows it's broken. He even tests it repeatedly by sending in small objects, like apples and birds, and waiting to see if they make it to the other end. Eventually, he manages to repair the cabinet, restoring its connection to the one at Borgin and Burke's. The moment it's fixed, it becomes a working gateway, letting Death Eaters bypass every protection spell Hogwarts has in place. As for where the cabinets came from, that part's a mystery. We don't get a confirmed origin or age. They're clearly rare and powerful, and dangerous enough that shops like Borgin and Burke's keep them under close watch. Even Snape, Dumbledore, and the other professors don't seem to be fully aware of the Hogwarts cabinet's condition or connection. It's one of those moments where the castle's secrets become a liability. When it comes to Hogwarts, one of the things that keeps the magic alive, literally and figuratively, is just how well its secrets are hidden in plain sight. Aside from being dormitories and little hangout spots, The 4 house common rooms are reflections of each house's values, tucked away behind enchanted entrances that most students outside that house never get to see. While the books walk us through Gryffindor Tower in detail, since that's Harry's home, we get these bare glimpses into the other 3 over the course of the series. So yes, Gryffindor Tower is easily the most well-known. It's located up in the higher reaches of the castle, behind a portrait of the fat lady, who only lets you through if you know the password. She's not exactly easygoing either. If you forget the password, you're out of luck. And if you're too late after curfew, she'll give you attitude. She also tends to go on strike, like when she got attacked by Sirius Black in Book 3 and refused to come back till Dumbledore talked her down. She also gets mildly drunk at a Christmas party once, for the record. Now, Ravenclaw's entrance is where things start to get interesting. Their common room is in a tall tower on the west side of the castle, and there's no portrait guarding it, no password either. Instead, you get a massive bronze knocker shaped like an eagle's head. It asks you a riddle, and you have to answer it correctly. It's not set on like a weekly rotation or anything. You just have to be clever enough in the moment. If you get it wrong, you have to wait for another student to come along who gets the answer right. McGonagall herself once got stuck out there and had to wait for Luna Lovegood to let her in. That's how strict it is. It's the only house entrance that actively tests your intelligence every time, not just the first time. I'd actually be proper annoyed at this one. Imagine you've had an exhausting day. You totally flunked your charms exam, and you lost a Quidditch match. And you can't even go and have a lie down because you can't figure out the answer to a riddle. Hufflepuff's entrance is the most underappreciated, but honestly, one of the most charming, and surprisingly secure. Their common room is near the kitchens, down a hallway, lined with large barrels stacked against a stone wall. To get in, you have to tap a specific barrel, 2 from the bottom, middle of the second row, in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. If you do it right, the lid opens up and lets you crawl through a cozy, earthy tunnel. But if you mess it up, you get sprayed in the face with vinegar. And then there's Slytherin, which is exactly what you'd expect. Hidden behind a stretch of blank stone wall in the dungeons, not far from the lake. To get in, you give a password, and the wall silently slides open. The common room itself is underneath the lake, so it's smothered in this pale green light through the windows, with shadows of giant squid tentacles or fish occasionally drifting past. It's got the most distinct atmosphere of the 4, a bit creepy. What's wild is that none of these entrances, none of them, are listed in Hogwarts, a history. That's why even students from other houses rarely know where the other common rooms are, let alone how to get in. J.K. Rowling added a few extra notes over the years too, mostly through interviews and old Pottermore entries. According to her, the Hufflepuff common room is the warmest and coziest in the castle. Low ceilings, round doors, lots of plants, copper lamps and overstuffed furniture, like a magical badger burrow. She also mentioned that even Ravenclaws sometimes get locked out of their own tower, and it's become a bit of a tradition to solve the riddles together as a group. They'll gather outside the door, trying to crack the question like a group project. And she confirmed that the Slytherin password changes regularly, which makes sense given how protective the house is of its traditions and secrets. One of the passwords we hear in Chamber of Secrets is pure blood. If you really fancy seeing what all the common rooms would have looked like, try looking them up from the Hogwarts Legacy game that came out a few years ago. Even if you're not into video games or anything, it's worth watching a video on them, because they really have been stunningly recreated in a way we never got to see in the movies or imagine in the books. Let's talk again about one of the darkest secrets buried under Hogwarts, the Chamber of Secrets. We talked about this at the start, but just a quick recap. The Chamber of Secrets was built by Salazar Slytherin himself, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. According to the legend, Slytherin didn't agree with the others about who should be allowed to study magic. He wanted Hogwarts to be reserved for pure-blood witches and wizards. And when he couldn't convince the others, he left the school, but not before leaving something behind. A hidden chamber that could only be opened by his true heir, someone who spoke Parseltongue, the snake language. For centuries, the chamber remained hidden. Most of the staff, and even the heads of houses, believed it was nothing more than a myth. That is, until Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, when it was opened for the first time in decades, and students began turning up petrified. The entrance was tucked away in the second-floor girls' bathroom, behind a sink with a tiny snake carved into the tap. A place so forgotten and avoided that it was haunted by Moaning Myrtle, a ghost who had actually died during the chamber's first opening, back in Tom Riddle's school years. Once the entrance is activated by Parseltongue, the sink slides aside, revealing a stone chute that drops deep into the foundations of the school. And when I say deep, I mean deep. The descent ends in dark, damp tunnels covered in the shed skin of an absolutely massive snake. At the heart of the chamber is an enormous stone statue of Salazar Slytherin, and behind it, resting, waiting, is the basilisk, a massive serpent bred to obey only Slytherin's heir, capable of killing with a direct look. Even just catching its gaze in a reflection was enough to petrify. That's what started happening at Hogwarts in Harry's second year. Students, ghosts, and even a cat were found frozen mid-motion as a result of indirect contact with the basilisk's stare. In the end, the chamber was only opened twice in the 20th century. First by Tom Riddle, and then again when he manipulated Ginny Weasley into doing it for him using a cursed diary, one of his Horcruxes. Riddle had discovered the entrance while still a student, and even murdered Myrtle with the basilisk during one of his early experiments with the dark arts. He blamed another student at the time, Hagrid, and had him expelled, clearing the path for his secret to stay buried until Harry came along. Harry was able to enter the chamber because he had a fragment of Voldemort's soul inside him at the time, which gave him the rare ability to speak Parseltongue. He fought the basilisk with the help of Fawkes the Phoenix and Godric Gryffindor's sword, which he pulled from the Sorting Hat, eventually killing the creature by plunging the sword through the roof of its mouth. The basilisk's venom destroyed the diary, ending its hold on Ginny and sealing off the chamber once again. But that wasn't the last time the chamber would be accessed. In the last book, Ron and Hermione returned to it because they needed a basilisk fang to destroy another Horcrux. Ron, having heard Harry speak Parseltongue before, was able to imitate the sound well enough to open it again. But Rowling has confirmed this is a super rare and exceptional case, not something most people could pull off. To be honest, I thought this was weird the first time I read it in the books, and I still don't think it makes sense, but that's just me. I just can't get on board with the idea that the top secret chamber that can only be opened by a true heir can be fooled by a bloke just making fake hissing noises. I don't know. Of all the hidden rooms in Hogwarts, and there are a lot, one of the coziest, most under-the-radar secrets is directly under where every student eats, argues, and throws pumpkin juice across the table. I'm of course talking about the Hogwarts kitchens. Tucked away in the castle's lower levels, the kitchens are located right below the Great Hall. Pretty convenient, since it's how the food gets to the students. Every meal served in the hall is prepared down below and then delivered magically, appearing on the tables above as if summoned from thin air. But the real magic is all thanks to house elves. The Hogwarts kitchens are staffed entirely by house elves, dozens of them, who live and work at the school year round. They prepare meals, keep the castle clean, and operate behind the scenes with so much efficiency that most students never stop to think about where their roast chicken and treacle tart come from. As early as Goblet of Fire, we learn that Hogwarts employs over 100 house elves, making it the largest known concentration of elves in Britain. That's confirmed by Dobby, who joins the Hogwarts staff voluntarily, after being freed from the Malfoys and paid by Dumbledore. A controversial move among elves, but a milestone for Dobby personally. Also, shameless insert here, but if you think elves in general are cool, I've got a whole video that's all about the lore of almost every type of elf in media, including an analysis and some commentary on what it all means. I'll have it linked in the description, if I've not forgotten to do that by the time I'm done writing, recording, and uploading this. Now, if you're wondering how to actually find the kitchens, it's not common knowledge. At least not for 99% of students. The entrance is hidden behind a painting of a large fruit bowl, located in a basement corridor not far from the Hufflepuff common room. The trick is this. You have to tickle the pear. When you do, it giggles and then turns into a green doorknob, allowing you to swing the portrait open and walk inside. Students aren't exactly forbidden from entering the kitchens, but most never bother to find them. The information tends to pass by word of mouth. Fred and George Weasley were early explorers and used the kitchens for snack raids, while Dobby introduces Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the elves and the space. It's there that Hermione starts SPEW, her house elf rights organization, though most elves, including Winky, aren't thrilled with the idea of being freed. In fact, Rowling emphasizes in both the books and interviews that house elves don't generally want to be free. They see service as a point of pride and loyalty, which makes Dobby something of an outlier and revolutionary. The implications and politics of all that is very, very iffy, but I try to take it at face value, and just as part of a fantasy book. The kitchen itself is described as a warm, cavernous room filled with gleaming pots, floating cookware, and rows of long wooden tables that mirror the ones in the Great Hall directly above. During mealtimes, elves prepare the food and then send it up through an enchanted ceiling. And if you visit at night or between meals, you're probably going to be offered something. The elves are always happy to feed guests, even Hermione, who spends most of her time trying to hand them socks. I think it's such an awesome addition. It's a glimpse into a whole layer of Hogwarts that most students never see. And it reminds you that sometimes the biggest magic is just the way things get done. That's very true to life, honestly. All the stuff and inventions we take for granted, even whatever device you're listening to this on right now, has got so much crazy stuff under the hood that most of us will never fully understand. And here are a couple fun facts I found that I think are interesting enough to share. Rowling has confirmed that the Hogwarts elves do not sleep in the kitchens, but in their own separate dormitories nearby. They don't have traditional beds like students do. They rest briefly, curled up in small blankets, and wake up when needed. Tickling the pair was inspired by the idea that magic should sometimes be playful, not just powerful. Rowling once said she loved the idea of an enchanted fruit bowl being the key to something important. Because at Hogwarts, whimsy and mystery are often the same thing. Hufflepuff students are canonically the most likely to know about the kitchens. Their common room is nearby, and if you remember, their house founder, Helga Hufflepuff, was said to have had a strong connection to food, fairness, and feeding others. It's very on brand that their entrance is closest to the heart of the castle's hospitality. Now let's talk about one of Hogwarts' more aggressive landscaping choices. The Whomping Willow is this massive, violent tree that sits on the grounds and will absolutely demolish anything that gets too close. But unlike a lot of magical plants that are just naturally dangerous, the Whomping Willow was planted at Hogwarts for a very specific, very sad reason. The tree was planted in 1971, the same year Remus Lupin started at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had agreed to let Lupin attend school despite his lycanthropy, which was incredibly progressive for the time. Good on him. Werewolves faced massive discrimination in the wizarding world, and most weren't allowed anywhere near schools or public spaces. But Dumbledore needed a way to keep Lupin safe during his monthly transformations, and more importantly, to keep everyone else safe from him. So the solution was to create a secret passage from the castle to a safe house where Lupin could transform in isolation. The passage runs from beneath the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade Village. The Whomping Willow is basically a living security system. It was planted right over the entrance to the tunnel, and its job is to attack anything that gets close, except when you know the secret. There's a knot on the trunk that, when pressed, freezes the tree completely. Only Lupin and a few teachers knew about this initially, though the marauders figured it out eventually, because of course they did. The tree itself is genuinely terrifying. It's huge, probably 40 feet tall, with a trunk you'd need several people to wrap their arms around, and its branches move independently with incredible speed and force. We see, or rather read, in the books that it can easily flip a flying car, and it nearly kills Harry and Ron when they crash into it in their second year. What's really interesting is that the Whomping Willow became part of Hogwarts folklore pretty quickly. Students knew to stay away from it, but most had no idea why it was there. It just became this mysterious, dangerous part of the grounds. Some students probably thought it was just another one of Hogwarts' magical oddities, like the moving staircases or the talking portraits. The Shrieking Shack, meanwhile, became known as the most haunted building in Britain, which was perfect cover. The villagers of Hogsmeade would hear Lupin's howls and screams during his transformations, and assume it was ghosts. No one wanted to investigate too closely, which kept Lupin's secret safe. It's actually pretty tragic when you think about it. This whole elaborate system, the violent tree, the secret tunnel, the isolated shack, was set up just so one kid could go to school. It really shows both how far Dumbledore was willing to go to give Lupin a normal life, and how much extra work and secrecy was required because of Wizarding Society's prejudices. After Lupin graduated, the tree and tunnel weren't needed for their original purpose, but they stayed put. The Whomping Willow just became a permanent part of Hogwarts' defenses, I guess. Though it's worth noting that in later years, it proved pretty useful as an additional security measure. Not many people are going to casually explore that part of the grounds with a murderous tree-standing guard. Since we're on the topic of the school grounds, it's time to discuss my favorite part of the school. The mysterious and a bit terrifying Forbidden Forest. It's this ancient woodland that borders the school grounds, and despite being called forbidden, it's somehow also the go-to place for detentions, which, when you think about it, is absolutely mental. You've been misbehaving, so we're sending you into the forest full of deadly creatures. Peak Hogwarts logic, no notes. The Forbidden Forest is way older than Hogwarts itself. We're talking about an ancient magical woodland that's probably been there for thousands of years. The forest serves multiple purposes for the school. First, it's a natural habitat for magical creatures that are used in care of magical creatures classes. Hagrid regularly takes students in there to observe thestrals, unicorns, and other creatures in their natural environment. Second, it's a source of magical ingredients. Everything from unicorn hair to various magical plants that are used in potions. And third, it acts as a kind of buffer zone around the school, keeping unwanted visitors at bay. Because, let's be honest, most people aren't going to trek through a forest full of acromantulas just to get to Hogwarts. It's also home to an entire centaur colony. The centaurs have been living in that forest for centuries, probably since before Hogwarts was even built. They have their own society, their own customs, and they're incredibly protective of their territory. The relationship between the centaurs and Hogwarts is complicated. They tolerate the school's presence, but they make it very clear that they're not subject to human authority. During Harry's time at school, the main centaurs we meet are Firenze, Bane, Ronan, and Megorian. Firenze is the odd one out because he's willing to work with humans and even teaches divination at Hogwarts for a while. The others are much more traditional and see Firenze's cooperation as a betrayal of centaur values. There's this whole political drama happening in the forest that most students never even know about. The forest is also home to Aragog's colony of acromantulas, which is god-awful. Aragog was Hagrid's pet spider, and I use the term pet very loosely here, who ended up founding an entire colony of giant, talking spiders deep in the forest. These aren't just big house spiders. They're intelligent, organized, and they have zero qualms about eating humans. The only person they won't outright attack is Hagrid himself, since Aragog forbids it. Then there are the Thestrals, which are probably some of the most misunderstood creatures in the forest. They're skeletal, winged horses that can only be seen by people who have witnessed death. Most students can't see them at all, which is probably for the best because they look absolutely horrific if you don't know what they are. But they're actually gentle, intelligent creatures that have been used by Hogwarts for decades. They pull the carriages that take older students from Hogsmeade Station to the castle, though most students think the carriages are moving by themselves. The unicorns in the forest are probably the most beautiful and pure magical creatures you'll find anywhere. They're incredibly rare and valuable. Unicorn blood can keep you alive even when you're near death. and unicorn hair is one of the most powerful wand cores. But killing a unicorn is considered one of the most heinous acts in the magical world, because you're destroying something pure and innocent. When Voldemort was possessing Quirrell, he killed unicorns in the forest to sustain himself. What's really interesting is how the forest changes depending on where you are and how deep you go. The edges near Hagrid's hut are relatively safe. That's where first-year students might go for care of magical creatures lessons. But the deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. There are parts of the forest where even Hagrid won't go alone. And that's saying something. The forest also seems to have its own magic that affects how people behave inside it. Harry notices this several times. Sounds carry strangely. Directions become confusing. And there's this constant sense of being watched. It's like the forest itself is alive and aware of intruders. Some of this might be due to the centaur's magic. Despite being forbidden, the forest is used for detentions surprisingly often. Hagrid regularly takes students in there as punishment, which seems incredibly irresponsible until you realize that Hagrid knows the forest better than almost anyone, and he's not actually putting students in serious danger. Usually, he knows which areas are safe, which creatures to avoid, and how to navigate the forest's dangers. Still, sending kids into a forest to look for whatever was killing unicorns probably wasn't Hagrid's best moment, supervision or not. Now, you can't talk about Hogwarts without diving into the sport that basically defines half the school year: Quidditch. And honestly, the history of how this chaotic, beautiful game came to dominate wizarding culture is pretty wild. Quidditch didn't start at Hogwarts, it's way older than that. The game originated in the 11th century, on Quidditch Marsh, which is where it gets its name. According to Quidditch Through the Ages by Kenilworthy Wisp, the earliest version was pretty different from what we know today. There were no golden snitches. Instead, they used a bird called a golden snidget, which players had to catch alive. Pretty brutal for the bird. The modern snitch was actually invented by a bowyer named Bowman Wright in the mid-1200s. He created the first mechanical snitch with silver wings and enchantments that mimicked the snidget's flight patterns. The snidget was basically saved from extinction, which is nice, and the game became way more standardized. Quidditch came to Hogwarts sometime in the 13th century, not long after the school was founded. The four houses immediately latched onto it as a way to channel their competitive spirits, and it became this massive part of school identity. Each house developed its own playing style that weirdly mirrors their founders' values. Gryffindor tends to be aggressive and bold, sometimes recklessly so. Slytherin plays strategically and isn't above bending rules and playing very dirty. Ravenclaw focuses on innovative tactics and clever plays. Hufflepuff are known for fair play and teamwork, even when it costs them victories. The Quidditch pitch itself is located on the Hogwarts grounds, and it's absolutely massive. About the size of a football field, but oval-shaped, with 3 goal hoops at each end that stand 50 feet high. The whole thing is surrounded by stands that can hold hundreds of spectators, and there are protective enchantments to keep spectators safe from rogue bludgers. The pitch has weathered everything from thunderstorms to Death Eater attacks, and it's been rebuilt and repaired more times than anyone can count. One thing that always fascinated me is how seriously Hogwarts takes the House Cup competition. The Quidditch Cup is separate from the House Cup, but winning at Quidditch can seriously boost house morale, and often influences the overall house standings. There's this deep tradition of rivalry, especially between Gryffindor and Slytherin, that goes back centuries. Some of the most legendary matches in Hogwarts history have been between those two houses, and apparently there was one match in 1762 that lasted 3 days because neither seeker could catch the snitch. The really interesting thing is that Hogwarts has produced some of the most famous professional Quidditch players in wizarding history. Players like Cho Chang's idol, the Tuchil Tornadoes seeker from the 1990s, got their start on the Hogwarts pitch. Oliver Wood, Harry's obsessive former captain, went on to play reserve keeper for Puddlemere United. The school's reputation for developing talent is so strong that professional scouts regularly attend important matches, especially during the final. And here's a fun detail most people miss. The Quidditch season at Hogwarts doesn't follow the same schedule as professional leagues. School matches happen throughout the year, weather permitting, and they're scheduled around exams and holidays. The final match of the season is usually the most intense, because that's when the cup is decided. I love that Rowling made it feel like a real school sport, with all the drama and politics that come with it. I've gotten to this point in the video, and I'm just now realizing I haven't mentioned one of the most iconic bits about Hogwarts: the journey itself to get to the school. The Hogwarts Express and Platform 9 3/4 are so embedded in our minds as part of the magical experience. But the history behind how students actually got to school is pretty fascinating. Before the Hogwarts Express existed, getting to school was an absolute nightmare. Sort of like how our parents talk about how hard it was back for them in the day, whenever we'd complain about something growing up. We're talking about the 1800s here, when the wizarding world was much more scattered and transportation was way less regulated. Some students lived close enough to apparate with their parents. If their parents could apparate, which not everyone could do reliably back then. Others used portkeys, but those were expensive and had to be specially arranged. The really wealthy families had their own flying carpets or enchanted carriages, but that was rare, and also, I think that was mostly a Middle Eastern wizard thing. They were actually banned in Britain, if I remember correctly. A lot of students used flu powder, but this was super unreliable for long distances and led to loads of students getting lost in the flu network. Imagine being 11 years old, trying to pronounce Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, clearly enough not to end up in some random fireplace in Scotland. Nightmare fuel. The real game changer came in 1830, when the Ministry of Magic decided enough was enough. They were getting complaints from parents, reports of lost students, and the whole system was just chaos. So they commissioned a special magical train that could transport all Hogwarts students safely and on schedule. The Hogwarts Express was built specifically for this purpose. It's not just any old train with some magic slapped on it. It was designed from the ground up to be a magical transport. The train itself is this gorgeous scarlet steam engine, with carriages that have been enchanted with extension charms, so they're way bigger inside than they look from the outside. Each compartment can comfortably fit 6 students, but I've always wondered how they manage to fit all the luggage, especially considering some students bring trunks the size of wardrobes. The train also has a trolley service, chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavour beans on a train journey is peak childhood magic. But the ministry needed a way to have a major magical train station right in the heart of London without muggles noticing. So they created a concealed platform between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. The barrier looks like solid brick to muggles, but wizards and witches can run straight through it. It's actually a really sophisticated piece of magic. Like a pocket dimension, I guess. The platform itself is pretty spacious, with the Hogwarts Express sitting there puffing steam, and there's enough room for hundreds of families to say their goodbyes. Every September 1st, it's packed with parents, students, trolleys full of luggage, and the occasional escaped owl or cat. There's this whole atmosphere of excitement and chaos that I think perfectly captures what it's like to be part of the wizarding world. This hidden, magical community existing right alongside the ordinary world. The Hogwarts Express has been running the same route for nearly 2 centuries, and it's never missed a scheduled departure. There's something really comforting about that level of magical reliability. Like no matter what's happening in the world, the train will always be there on September 1st, ready to take students home to Hogwarts. To cap this video off, since we've been talking so much about Hogwarts School itself, it's worth pointing out that it's definitely not the only one. The wizarding world is global, and different regions have their own prestigious magical institutions with their own traditions, specialties, and teaching methods. The most well-known alternatives to Hogwarts are Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute. Since we meet students from both schools during the Tri-Wizard tournament in Harry's 4th year. But there are actually quite a few more scattered around the world. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic is located somewhere in the Pyrenees Mountains between France and Spain, and it's got this reputation for elegance and refinement that makes Hogwarts look a bit rough around the edges. The students are all impeccably dressed, their behavior is very formal and polished, and they seem genuinely shocked by some of Hogwarts' more casual traditions. Their headmistress, Olympe Maxime, is half giant like Hagrid, but she presents herself with way more sophistication. Beauxbatons seem to put a huge emphasis on etiquette and proper magical conduct alongside academic learning. Their students learn how to conduct themselves in magical society, as well as how to wave a wand about. This makes sense when you consider that France has always had a more formal, aristocratic magical culture compared to Britain's more, let's call it rustic, approach. Durmstrang Institute is located somewhere in Northern Europe, probably Scandinavia, though the exact location is kept secret for security reasons. Durmstrang has this reputation for being much more accepting of dark arts education than other schools. They don't teach students to use dark arts necessarily, but they're much more open about studying them academically. This isn't a bad thing. Understanding dark magic is pretty important for defending against it, but it does give the school a more serious, intimidating atmosphere. The students we meet from Durmstrang, particularly Victor Crumb, seem much more physically focused than Hogwarts students. They're clearly trained in physical fitness and combat applications of magic, not just academic study. Their ship that brings them to Hogwarts emerges from underwater, which is just really cool. I don't know the reason for it, but yeah. Then there's Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which is the North American equivalent of Hogwarts. It was founded in the 17th century by Isolde Sayre, who was actually descended from Salazar Slytherin, ironically enough. she fled to America to escape her dark wizard aunt and ended up founding a school based on Hogwarts model, but adapted for the new world. Ilvermorny has 4 houses like Hogwarts, but they're named after magical creatures native to North America: Thunderbird, Wampus, Horned Serpent, and Pukwudgie. The sorting process is different too. Instead of a hat, students stand in a circular room while enchanted carvings of the 4 creatures react to them. If multiple houses want a student, the student gets to choose, which is actually pretty progressive compared to Hogwarts, the hat decides, and that's final approach. What's also fascinating about Ilvermorny is how it adapted magical education to a completely different cultural context. While Hogwarts grew out of medieval European traditions, Ilvermorny had to blend European magical traditions with indigenous North American magic and the unique challenges of a colonial society. There are also other schools we know less about, but that definitely exist. Castellabruxo is a South American school located in the Amazon rainforest, and it's supposed to specialize in magizoology and herbology, which makes perfect sense given the incredibly rich magical ecosystem of the Amazon. Mahuta Koro is a Japanese school located on a volcanic island, and students commute by flying on giant storm petrels, which sounds very scary but also kind of amazing. Ouagadougou is an African school that's supposed to be the largest magical school in the world, carved out of the mountains of the moon. Students receive their acceptance letters through dream messages rather than owls, and the school specializes in astronomy, alchemy, and self-transfiguration. Apparently, students learn to transform into animals without needing wands. Each school also seems to have different relationships with their local magical governments and communities. Hogwarts has this weird, semi-independent relationship with the Ministry of Magic. They work together, but Hogwarts maintains a lot of autonomy. Other schools might have completely different arrangements with their local magical authorities. It really makes you wonder what Harry's education would have been like if he'd ended up at Beauxbatons or Ilvermorny instead of Hogwarts. Would he have learned different spells, different approaches to magic? Would his personality have developed differently in a more formal or more physically demanding environment? The whole Tri-Wizard tournament really highlights how different these educational approaches can be, even when they're all trying to teach young wizards and witches how to use magic safely and effectively. And that, my dear friends, is where we'll end tonight's video. In a future one, I'm definitely going to cover other topics like the Ministry of Magic, Tales of Beedle the Bard, St. Mungo's Hospital, careers, more magical creatures. Just so much stuff that I didn't have the time to write for this video. But until next time, stay safe and sweet dreams.